Carista.
We complete this phase of the work, we can move more tugs and more barges and more boats into the area to accelerate our recovery.
On Tuesday, a cargo ship lost power, hit the bridge, killing 6 construction workers. The NTSB investigating Walker.
A flight from Newark Liberty headed to Switzerland had to turn around shortly after takeoff last night, all because of an unruly passenger. The plane took off before 10. Port Authority police say it returned less than an hour later. Passenger is said to have behaved abusively toward the crew, according to Swiss International Airlines. No one was injured, but the flight ultimately got canceled. No word yet on any charges for that passenger. The U.S. and Israeli officials meeting virtually today to discuss their disagreements over Israel's promise to invade the southern Gaza city of Rafah. More than 1 million Palestinians are taking refuge there. The Biden administration has opposed the plan. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said he intends to move forward despite the opposition. Meanwhile, Israel's military has withdrawn from Gaza's largest hospital after a week-long raid.
The IDF says it has withdrawn from Al-Shifa Hospital after a 2-week operation. The IDF calling it a major success, with its forces killing over 200 militants. But videos showing the utter destruction there now. The hospital complex appears to be totally flattened. Some buildings are still smoldering. The WHO says 21 patients died during the raid, although that's a claim the IDF disputes.
And correspondent Britt Planet also today, Syrian state media says an Israeli airstrike destroyed Iran's consulate building in Damascus, killing or wounding everyone inside as the tensions in the Middle East continue to boil over outside of Gaza. Russian authorities say they have broken up a terror cell, the same cell that provided weapons and cash to suspects behind the attack on the concert hall in Moscow. An attack left 144 people dead, the deadliest attack on Russian soil in 2 decades. Russia's top security agency says it detained 4 suspected members of the terror cell in southern Russia over the weekend. The arrest followed the arrest of 4 suspected gunmen and 7 others who were accused of being directly involved in the attack. Wins News Time 148. Jury selection underway today in the trial of an Idaho man charged in the deaths of his wife and 2 of his girlfriend's children.
55-year-old Chad Daybell is charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder in the November 2019 deaths of his wife, Tammy Daybell, and 7-year-old Joshua Vallow and teenager Tylee Ryan, the youngest children of the woman with whom he was having an affair. The children disappeared in September 2019, and their bodies were found in the summer of 2020, buried in Chad Daybell's yard in eastern Idaho. Shortly after the children's disappearance, and just a couple of weeks after Daybell's wife, Tammy, died. Lori Vallow Daybell, the children's mother and Chad Daybell's new wife, was convicted last year and sentenced to life in prison without parole. I'm Donna Warder.
A racially biased medical test kept thousands of lactations from getting a kidney transplant, and now there's a move to make amends. More than 14,000 patients are being credited for lost time. They should have been put on the list sooner. Dr. Michelle Morse is the city's chief medical officer.
Joseph Taylor in the building.
Health equity scholars have been raising alarm bells about the way race has been misused in clinical algorithms for decades. And so even despite lots and lots of outcry, concerns, and critique, it took a long time for these things to change.
That issue was a test that determines how healthy a patient's kidneys are. It calculated the results for black and non-black patients differently. Because of that, black patients' kidneys appeared healthier than they really are. so they were considered a low priority for a transplant. Some should have been put on the transplant list several years ago. 9 students across the country have been awarded top honors today for their picture-perfect handwriting. The Zaner Blosser National Handwriting Contest crowned its grand champions today after receiving tens of thousands of submissions. With the rising dominance of texting and typing, writing by hand has seemed to have been left behind as of late, but some say it's having a moment right now. In fact, in January, California became the 22nd state to require cursive to be taught in schools. Back in 2016, only a dozen states mandated it. There are a number of studies that have shown writing with pen and paper is good for your memory, cognitive development, reading comprehension, and motor skills. Wins News Time, 1:51. Traffic and transit on the ones with Greg Wright.
Well, you can't bring a truck onto the FDR Drive, and somebody figured that out just in the nick of time. Southbound FDR coming down towards the Gracie Mansion overpass. You got a truck stopped in the center lane just before he slammed into the overpass, and the southbound FDR loaded from the 1 team. Just going to be a little bit, so you can do what the truck should have done and go to the Avenue the Upper East Side. Downtown bound west side, also a pretty good ride. Nassau Northern State westbound getting over to Shelter Rock Road. Car fire. It's got the 2 right lanes out. It'll load you up from Roslyn Road, but at least after that, it gets better. Westbound on the Long Island Expressway loaded from Shelter Rock Road all the way over to Springfield Boulevard in Queens, where construction's your culprit, knocking out at least 1 lane. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and the tunnels. Citybound George, few more in the upper than the lower because of construction. Northbound West Side, southbound Henry Hudson, best of it getting out of town. Lincoln and Holland, no more than a few minutes in either direction. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes on the ones, and breaking traffic alerts whenever they happen. I'm Greg Rice, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
1010 Winds, AccuWeather forecast, meteorologist Carrie Schwindenhammer.
It's going to be a damp and cool rest of the afternoon with some pockets of rain and drizzle as we head through the mid-afternoon hours. Not far from 52 is where we'll end up for a high. Clouds linger tonight, but rain returns right around daybreak tomorrow morning. Our low tonight 46 degrees, and rain continues throughout the day tomorrow, the high about 48. We'll have a chilly east breeze, and that will lead to real feel temperatures no better than the 30s. Rain heavy at times Wednesday into Wednesday night, windy and cold. In fact, there could be slow travel with flooding on streets and sidewalks, also on highways, coastal flooding at times of high tide. The high about 46 degrees, low at night 36 to 40. And we stay pretty windy and chilly here on Thursday with lingering showers, the high 48. Real feel temperatures no better than the 30s. It's cloudy with pockets of light rain and drizzle, humidity at 58%, temperature 52 degrees, with winds out of the east gusting around 25, again 52. That'll be our high in Midtown this afternoon. I'm Carrie Schwindenhammer on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
And you've heard a lot about the impacts of climate change. It's affecting food, health, the environment, and now scientists believe it's affecting time itself.
The polar ice caps are melting, and the ground beneath them is bulging outward, so the Earth is becoming more egg-shaped and spherical. Like an ice skater tucking in her arms, the planet is spinning faster, making for a slightly shorter day. The journal Nature reports that in the next few years, 1 second will have to be satellites, missile systems, GPS, and your smartphone used to operate properly. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Winds News Time, 1:54.
Compassion is a very important word, especially in today's world. The need for a very special kind of compassion becomes especially poignant within the tenets of the Jewish tradition and Jewish funeral service. Riverside Memorial Chapel, the largest source of Jewish funeral professionals in the New York area, has set the standard for that very special kind of compassion and trust since 1897. For generations have practiced their beliefs that Jewish funeral service is not merely a business, but a solemn trust to the families they serve. Compassion is the most important word, and the understanding of the true meaning of the word compassion as it relates to individual needs is what has made Riverside Memorial Chapel the source of support for the Jewish people since 1897. Call 212-362-6600 or visit riversidememorialchapel.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Wednesday's time, 1:56, time for Bloomberg Money Watch with Ann Kate.
Manufacturing is on the rebound. Factory activity expanded in March for the first time since September 2022. Aspiring homeowners will need a six-figure salary to afford a median-priced house in nearly half of all states in 2024. Researchers at Bankrate found that Americans must earn close to $111,000 a year. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Ann Case for 1010 Wins on 92.3
Going to
FM.
Brooklyn.
Right now, Wall Street, lots of red. The Dow down 278. The
I thought
NASDAQ
it would
down
come
about
from the
19.
hotel.
Oh no.
Now, or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277. 800-885-2277. 800-885-2277.
Hey, Yankee fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Monday afternoon, April 8th, with a special scheduled first pitch time of 2:05 for a very special day. It's Yankee Solar Eclipse T-shirt Day, presented by HubSpot. The first pitch 2,000 definite tickets. The Yankees tomorrow for Yankee Solar Eclipse T-shirt Day on Monday afternoon, April 8th, with a special first pitch time of 2:05. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
When you use Bounce dryer seeds and your clothes look amazing, it's the seed. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the seed. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the seed. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the seed. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the seed. Bounce dryer seeds. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. Have you been discriminated or retaliated against at work based on your race, gender, pregnancy, sexual orientation, disability, medical leave, or whistleblower status? Have you been sexually harassed by a bad boss or coworker, or been cheated out of pay or overtime wages? The law firm of Kleiman Ginsburg fights for employees like you who have been treated unfairly in the workplace and will aggressively fight to ensure the compensation you deserve. If you are a victim of discrimination, been sexually harassed, or have been wrongfully terminated, give Kleiman Ginsburg a call now for a free consultation. Kleiman Ginsburg only gets paid if you get paid. Call 877-8-JOB-LAW. That's 877-8-JOB-LAW. Call the employment lawyers at Kleiman Ginsburg now. 877-8-JOB-LAW. That's 877-8-JOB-LAW. Call 877-8-JOB-LAW. Kevin Rincon. It's 10-10 Wins at 92.3 FM, New York. Good afternoon. It's 52 degrees at 2 o'clock. I'm Larry Cantor, and here's what's happening. A homeless man is arrested for hitting an actor with a rock in Central Park. There was a similar assault hours later. A man is charged with murder in the killing of his son last Friday in Sayreville. The body found in a burning car. A man is arrested in the Bronx for backing into a man and dragging a woman. A Holbrook, Long Island couple are indicted for manslaughter in the drug overdose death of their toddler son. The Mets are set to retire Doc Gooden's number in a couple of weeks. In sports, Yankees play in Phoenix. Mets are home for Detroit. The Nets visit Indiana. Rangers host Pittsburgh. Islanders play in Philadelphia. NCAA tournament. UConn plays Southern Cal. NBC's time 2:01. Time for traffic and transit. And here's Greg Wright.
Good afternoon, Larry. Bad afternoon on the Upper East Side. It's truck speeds on to the FDR, and right before Gracie, it's ground to a halt. This truck right now is south on the FDR before Gracie in the right lane, and it's just a mess for everybody else. From the RFK on downtown down west side, that's going to give you a much better ride. Now, trying to get out of Nassau and into Queens first in Nassau. The westbound Northern is single file on the left lane at Shelter Rock Road because of a car fire, and the westbound LYETF solid from Searingtown Road all the way to Springfield Boulevard in Queens because of ongoing left lane construction. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. City now, George, the exit 15 on the upper because of repair work. Lower is better. Northbound west side, the ramp to the eastbound crossroads. You've got construction southbound Henry Hudson. That's the best of it out of town. Lincoln and Holland, no more than a few minutes in either direction. Still awful either way on the Staten Island
Alright, can you verify your name for me, please? Alright, thank you, Carmen. So you owe $65.70. That's due by April 5th. Most likely that was printed out before adjustments was made or before you had made a payment. Oh no, I see what happened. You had a credit that was applied to the account of $19.17 before that was printed. Well, after that bill was printed, but you only owe $65.70. Yes. Correct. Alright, is there anything else I can assist you with? Okay, hold on a moment so I can transfer you to the payment department. I already transferred her, but no, it's not. No, that is all, thank you. Hello, do you need a translator? Hi, do you need a translator? Okay, 1 moment. I'm going to transfer the customer to the call. Hold on a moment. All right, you're now connected. verify your name for me, please? This one, you would have to either pay manually over the phone or online, or we can set up a payment arrangement and you can make this full amount. I can push the extension up until for 15 days, or we can set up a payment arrangement where you pay up the balance later. That's why I was suggesting a payment arrangement, because you have a new bill that's coming up on the 12th. So there's going to be another balance applied. but you would receive, you have late payment charges applied to your account. Yes, I would have to transfer you, but before I do that, let me process the agreement. And before I completely process it, I do need to inform you that by accepting the terms of the payment agreement means that you're giving your consent. And if any of the terms are broken or the necessary payments are not received, collection activities will continue on the account. No. Any payment you make goes towards the balance. So basically, you're just going to slowly pay off the amount that you owe as you pay off your current bill. And just to let you know that you will be receiving 2 links sent to your email, one to view the payment agreement terms and due date, and one to submit your digital signature. And you will also receive a hard copy in the mail. Alright, is there anything else I can assist you with before I transfer you to make the payment? Yes. No problem. Have a good day.
Here is okay?
Yeah, it is.
You been here before?
Huh?
You been here before?
Yeah, I work here.
Oh, good luck.
I'll go over there.
You sound good. You like representative.
Thank you.
Where you from? For T-Mobile?
No, Con Edison.
Oh, okay. Good luck. Take
Have
care.
a good day.
Professional. Representative for Con Edison. Working for... Yabba, yabba, yabba. representative. Professional. Real professional.
Day out presidential harassment, but there were things that he could not dive into. And the machine of government, the machine that perpetuates itself above all else, produces this crap, this transgender awareness crap, this resolution. It's a machine. It's not democracy. It's a machine, a self-serving machine. And it's weird as hell. Barbara, hello.
Hi, Fred. Yes, well, and coming out of the current White House, this is not surprising because this is consistent with their behavior, especially since we have such an avowed Catholic president. However, the Bible tells us that whoever denies me before men, him I will also deny before my Father who is in heaven. And that's exactly what's going on. We can't put Bible verses or religious images on Easter eggs. Easter eggs, Christ is risen. Easter, that's why we have Easter. And we can't also the same thing at Christmas. Across the country, many governments are taking out, and many individuals taking out manger scenes. They want to deny Christ's birth is the reason for Christmas. And if we deny God, he will deny us before his Father at the last judgment. And that's something for people to think about. I've heard Joe Biden many times make the joke of, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." He is mocking the sacrament of penance. He does that. This man is bringing, and I'm not judging him, but I can see, we can all see, he's asking judgment upon himself. And so far what we see is not good. And he wants to spread it throughout the country because after all, if we look to God and if we look to the risen Christ and we look to God for our needs and our happiness and that of our families, we don't need government for every need. We know that God made us capable of fulfilling our own needs, that I don't have to rely on some bureaucrat or some politically powerful person to grant me freedom, to grant me food, to grant me medical care as a favor because it works for them at the moment.
Yeah, Barbara, it's so amazing what's happening. Are you worried right now or optimistic? I am somehow optimistic. We're all on guard. We're all awake, I feel like. And if we're not awake, we're waking up. People are waking up. I feel like, and let's face it, right now, it looks like Trump is going to run away with this election. And I know, we can't take anything for granted. They're going to, who knows what the hell they're going to do. Are you feeling hopeful? I'm feeling pretty hopeful.
I am feeling much more hopeful than I was a few months ago. And I also heard some very good, you give us all advice about how to help with the election. Could I share some of that? I listened to a presentation by someone from the Leadership Institute and talking about elections. And they're nonpartisan. They'll speak to Democrats, Republicans, whoever, and the principles are the same. Number one, vote early. Because when you vote early, they know that your vote is already gotten. They don't have to spend money calling you, sending people to your front door, etc. You're taken care of. Give your money early when the media is less expensive than it is when they get close to the election. So they can get more for their money and they know what money they have to count on. Once you have voted, make sure you have volunteered to either be a poll watcher, a poll worker, or most importantly, one of the people who counts the mail-in ballots and verifies the signatures. And they gave us an estimate of how much it costs a candidate when you do not vote early they must still spend money to get your vote.
All right. I like it. I like it. Get out there and vote early. Barbara, thank you for everything, all of your wisdom, so much more. These are amazing times, and I feel like miracles are happening all over the place. I always said it was just a miracle for Donald Trump to win, but miracles have a habit of finding Donald Trump. Thank you so much, Barbara, to be continued. I'll be right back.
Greg Kelly.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for life. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why are you spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes due to the inventory chargeable refund. See website for additional details.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions. Jackson Hewitt! Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and won't be what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax preps guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Now during Staples Printed Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Printed Sale. Print more, save more, up to $100. Enforcement. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Companies in the United States are 10 times more likely to be a victim of a cyber attack. Manufacturing, healthcare, retail, financial services, the leading targets. Cyber Please provide the protection you need before your data is stolen, no obligation consultation. That's 908-878-7717. Erica, DRADENT.com.
לשתף את השידור, כפרה עליכם, לחץ למטה, לשתף את השידור. אין סיכוי שאנחנו לא לוקחים פה בשכוני או מקום ראשון או מקום שני. אין חיה כזאת, חברים. יש על זה שתי who operate on social theorems that they magnify as truth. Again, not reality, not what people are living, not what people are experiencing. Everyone who knows what's happening, everyone knows what's happening. They feel it, they see it, they live in it. And these are just social theorists.
Actually, It's pretty cool. I remember going to the Celadora Festival in Mexico. That was great. We went to Pizza Factory too. So here she is with the factory and all these beautiful children. She's just 4 years old. And it's just wonderful. Kids get strong. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, all right. People are talking about her. I was going to do something on her anyway. Paul Wallace is one of the most,
Thank you, Buster.
Terrible.
Thank you for
As a
following.
Republican, this is their version of a Republican. She cried when MSNBC's version of a Republican. She cried when the doctor. She cried. She hates Trump. She loves Joe Biden. She was a top staff person for George W. Bush. And obviously would be totally empathetic as to her present position. In a way. It's Bush and his people, they're all about two things: power and money. That's real. Actually, you just, whatever you're going to do for power and money. All these people in New York City Bush, people used to work with them. Interesting. When she was there, she was a communications director. Messaging to the White House. She doesn't have anything to say to me. Except for one thing.
Thank you, Taco
Comes over and she makes a big production of saying this good.
Thank you.
I'm having lunch.
Hi, Chris.
Wow. This room is so...
Hiya.
I'll have lots of food, man. Good for you. You want me to do it? You never tried to, no. This was a networking opportunity for herself. Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Far range of hate by an FBI officer. Okay, that's terrible. Didn't happen. Lots of, MAGA's responsible. MAGA. No, these things happen. These things happen all the time. Way before Donald Trump started.
Thank you, Bamboo.
This is Richter, Nicole Wallace on the MSNBC show. She's all freaked out because she's charged against Trump a falling apart and the outrage and unconstitutional. She has a lot of breakdown on this.
Thank you for stopping.
I think it's time as representatives of Under myself and carrying it out. The Donald Trump built the rule of law. We should have a broken judiciary in this country. Donald Trump managed to delay every federal barely denied. Donald Trump
Look, you guys made it a federal case.
חברים יקרים ואהובים, רבע שעה עולים. אין לי מושג מי חסום, מי לא חסום, אני אבדוק אולי במנחים יש לנו איזה בעיה, איזה שתול שם, אנחנו נטפל בזה חברים. אני יצאתי רגע לעשות איזה סידור קטן, רבע שעה בדיוק, אנחנו חוזרים. רובי, אני יודע כמה אתה אוהב את מדינת ישראל, תמשיך לייצג אותנו בתקווה. רובי, אני יודע כמה אתה אוהב את מדינת ישראל. It's time to wake up. Wake up.
Wake up, smell the coffee. up, smell the coffee.
Encouragement to that woman to get all those people. But the other thing is memorize the Word of God so it's in your head and in your heart. Whether it's a whole phrase or a line, it strengthens you. And Greg, never stop. And Annalise, you've got to do a little segment on her again, because that whole thing you did with her, where she was hitting her sister, is so typical of the age. She's so brilliant. She tries to deflect. Say, well, what you do to protect me, Daddy?
Yeah. Well, Tony, thank you so much for your insight. That was pretty wild. But they were talking about Trump and King David, and it hit. And I'm like, wow, I'm so excited. And you're right about the memorization. It does help. I don't use any trickery though for the memorization. You know what I mean? I just recite it to myself, often on the way to work, and it does. It just is etched in your mind and in your heart. I love it, Tony. Thank you so much. Let's see, Sunny. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, Elizabeth in Manhattan. Yes.
Hi, Chris. I wanted to congratulations from even before COVID on your approaching diet and habits. The church I attend offers a parallel interpretation of the phrases in the Lord's Prayer, and one that has helped me tremendously in dieting. Give us our daily bread. The church I attend says, give us grace for today, feed the famished affections. And then my second comment, think about that one. It's a good one. Famished affections.
I love it, Elizabeth. I'm so sorry. Listen, do me a favor. There's some music. I apologize. Will you call me tomorrow? You gotta hear the next 10 minutes. It's New York's Talk Network. Around you. Talk Radio. WABC New York. 107.1 WLIR. It makes news first. 10:59. 10. WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, 50 degrees, overcast skies on this Monday, April 1st. Good afternoon, I'm James Fleming. A car crash in Newark, New Jersey, left 2 people hurt overnight. It seems both victims were fleeing a shooting at a catering hall on Sanford Avenue around 3 a.m. The car parked unharmed. One person had been extradited. A light pole was knocked down and power was knocked down while some nearby homes. 2 suspects have been found driving.
Stories about being assaulted on city streets. However, police do not believe the suspects or string of attacks are all connected. Women in Manhattan told ABC 7 that the pretty concerning.
It's reinforcing the fear that we feel every day. I need to put my phone down. I need to make sure my
One Kabuki Stora has been arrested and is being held on bail, while the other man arrested, Malik Maya, was charged with misdemeanor assault. That is not a bail-eligible charge, and he's currently out on supervised release. The other 4 assaults are currently under investigation. I'm Liz Radavali for WABC News.
Down in Baltimore, crews are working to build a temporary channel. In fact, it's now open, and this around the site of the collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge. It will be used by commercial vessels to conduct essential cargo operations. The bridge collapsed last week after one of its support pillars was struck by a cargo ship. 6 construction workers were killed, and the wreckage has blocked that vital shipping lane within the Port of Baltimore, one of the nation's busiest
Alexa,
ports.
where is my
Biden
pizza?
will be in Baltimore this week to tour the collapsed bridge site, and former President Trump will head to Wisconsin and Michigan for campaign events.
Pizza,
He's also got one
Chinese.
scheduled for Saturday down at Mar-a-Lago. It's April 1st. There's first of April as a day of history, with all the way back to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales in the 14th century. The first reported April Fool's Day was planned for 15 years. The point that April 1st was celebrated as New Year's Day before the Gregorian calendar changed it to January 1st. Those who didn't get the word on change were called fools, and people played tricks on them. That grew into a tradition of playing pranks or telling lies on the first day of April. I'm Mark Meade. Here in New York City, Boardwalk Empire actor Michael Stuhlbarg was assaulted last night with a rock in Central Park. He played Arnold Rothstein In the HBO historical drama Boardwalk Empire, Stuhlberg allegedly was assaulted by a 27-year-old homeless man who was arrested. The actor wasn't seriously hurt. In Queens, Mario's Meat Market and Gourmet Deli in Middle Village is selling a sandwich dubbed the NYPD sandwich. $5 from every sale will go towards supporting the family of 31-year-old Jonathan Diller, the NYPD officer killed in the line of duty last week. His funeral was held this weekend amid calls from many to reform the state's bail laws. It's a tradition that dates back to 1878 when President Rutherford B. Hayes was in office. The 144th annual White House Easter egg roll took place today. Around 40,000 participated, including military and veteran families. This year's theme, Egg-ucation. And the White House's South Lawn and ellipse were transformed into a school community full of education activities for children. WABC News Time, 3:04. Sports, weather, and Wall Street next.
Friends in the morning. You know, I say this to you all the time. Best talk every day. Are you ready for this? And music on the weekend. We are the world famous. Coming up at 3:55 p.m. Listen to Rudy Giuliani for the Tunnel of Towers Foundation Mayor's Final Thoughts on 77 WABC.
Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to vote or lottery tickets. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Residents of New York, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hello?
This is your fortune. Listen, the Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and order your official state's lottery tickets right from your phone.
I can do that.
You can.
Your fortune is calling. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and order lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, get a free lottery ticket with your first order. Go to the App Store and search for the Jackpot.com lottery app.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Dominic Carter, City Hall.
Actor John Belushi started the food fight scene in the Hollywood movie Animal House. It was hilarious. But what is happening right now in our backyard is no laughing matter. For some ungodly reason, from the New York City Department of Education, school children in some circumstances are literally being served spoiled food. In photos depict moldy fruit, unidentifiable mush, and spoiled cream cheese. Explain this one to me. Why is it so hard to serve kids food in the New York City public school system?
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. 77 WABC News, continuing the tradition of delivering the best radio news.
77 WABC Chime Time, 3:05. In sports, March Madness nearing its conclusion here. Now that the calendar has moved into April, the NCAA Men's Basketball Final Four is set. Number 11 NC State shot fourth-seeded Duke this afternoon, 76-64 in the Elite Eight. The Wolfpack will square off in the semifinals against Purdue, which took down Tennessee 72-66 earlier Sunday. Meantime, the other semifinal will pit top overall seed UConn against Alabama. The Final Four will start Saturday in Arizona. I'm Chris Garagio. Former NFL star Vontae Davis is reportedly dead. A local TV station cites a source saying the body of the 35-year-old Davis was found in a Florida home owned by his grandmother this morning. Davis played 10 seasons in the NFL for the Miami Dolphins, Indianapolis Colts, and Buffalo Bills. On Wall Street, stocks are in negative territory. The Dow down 250 points. And from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center, periods of rain today, cloudy otherwise with a high near 53. Overnight, rain, especially as dawn approaches, the low near 46. WABC News Time, 3:06. Rudy Giuliani show next. 50 degrees, skies overcast in Midtown. I'm James Flippin, and the news never stops at WABCRadio.com. Welcome to the Rudy Giuliani Show on the day after Easter, or Easter Monday. There are some people treating today as a semi-holiday, which I think is nice. It's always nice to stretch out the celebration of Easter
particularly since our president and the stepmother-in-chief have decided to confuse everything with this, what was yesterday, it's been for thousands of years, the day on which we commemorate the most important for us, for those of us who are Christians, the most important event in the history of the world, which is the resurrection of Jesus Christ and his conquering both death and sin. But for the last few years, there's been this day that does something about transgender changing your sex. And they decided it should be given equal status with the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. And that's by a Catholic president, and by his own admission, an extremely devout one, who somehow also embraces murdering embryos at 7, 8, and 9 months. I'm not talking about he's pro-choice a little bit, like first month, second month, third month. He's in favor of, if the woman wants, and she's getting a little upset, or she thinks she's going to be sick, or whatever, at 7 or 8 months, she can tell the doctor, pull the baby out and crush their skull. Mm-hmm. And this is a Catholic president who, if you haven't figured out, he's a pathological daily liar about things that are some of the most important things to our country, like the money he gets from China. Is it possible we really have? Are these people who are worried about Satan and devil and all that? Could it be possible we actually got one in the White House? I don't think so. I'm not into that devil stuff. But you sure as heck can make a pretty good movie about it. With Hunter hanging around and being declared dangerous to the children. Because you don't know about that, because that's still being hidden. And here's another good one. Here's another good one. The FBI looks like it was covering up for a long time for Whitey Bulger. Whitey Bulger was a very, very big organized criminal. Oh gosh, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. He was a fugitive for a long time. He was part of a rather famous television series for a while. And then there was a whole thing about how an FBI agent knew about his crimes, including his murders, and let him get away with it so that he could get evidence against particular, not even so much really big shot mafia guys, but sort of middle-level Italian gangsters in the other part of Boston, the north end of Boston, to keep the south end of Boston free of them. In other words, he was selling out certain organized criminals, so he'd have the freedom to kill other organized criminals, and a certain number of the FBI were going along with it. And it was always alleged that the U.S. attorney at the time was asleep at the switch, which you might be able to put all together when you realize that it was Mueller, the guy who fell asleep during the House hearing over my adversary in the impeachment case, which always made me feel embarrassed for me and Jay and Jane and her husband and all that we won that case, because we really didn't win it against anybody who's functioning here and now. That kind of thing, But he was the U.S. attorney when good old Whitey was murdering people. So he was a good selection for what they wanted, which was a prosecutor that would try to frame Trump, just like they have Smith now, who has a record for framing people. Documented before the Supreme Court, 9-0. So you go, get me a prosecutor who'll fix the case. Oh, Smith, he's great, 9-0, Supreme Court. We'll take him. So that's what you got going on. And yesterday, or the day before, I'm not sure, but I didn't pay attention to the alternative celebration. I was paying more attention to going to the funeral for the wonderful family that got devastated because of Democrat politics and policies in New York. No doubt about it. That man would be alive. Officer Diller would be alive today if if Cuomo had never become governor, if the Democrats didn't have control of the House and the Senate and passed the bills they passed to allow criminals free, if we didn't have judges who were by and large products of a corrupt Democrat machine, and just let people out left and right, people wonder why. Because they're a product of a corrupt Democrat machine and have been forever, and we never change it. So, I mean, that I spent my time doing that this weekend and contemplating about it and thinking about it and talking about it with friends and colleagues that I spent a lifetime with, and something that I'm friendly with now, because this one really bothers me. The president spent time, apparently, sharing his celebration of Easter with the whatever this thing is. There's a transgender celebration. I don't know exactly what they're celebrating, but they're celebrating changing from male to female, I guess, and making a real big deal out of it. Like, this is a really great thing. Good. I'm a First Amendment person. They want to celebrate, changing or mutilation or whatever the heck it is. Fine, celebrate. But on Easter, like you might kind of be a little sensitive to the fact you picked the single most important, without any doubt, in the Christian calendar. There's no day that equals the day that Christ rose from the dead to save humanity. And needless to say, Catholics and Christians have a right to see in what you are celebrating some aspects of violation of their thousands of years of morality. Now, you may not like that, but they have the equal right to believe that, like you have the equal right to believe that you can cut up your genitals. I think you have the right to believe that. I'm not actually sure. But in any event, they certainly have the right to believe that there's something wrong with that has to be contended with and dealt with in a different way. They've only believed it, thousands of years. So it has sort of, it does have sort of the strength of time, great minds, both religious and philosophic. And before we throw them aside, maybe we should think a little, far be it to ask the White House to do that. They're just thinking about how can we pander and make America as immoral as possible, as criminal as possible, and get elected. That's their whole thing. Now, I think it's also interesting that it comes out that the FBI hides this whole thing with Whitey Bulger that I told you about. I mean, I've known this for years. I've also known for years something they never tell you. They go right past us. All of them. This isn't just CNN, MSNBC, Pravda, Pravda, Popda. This is Newsmax. This is Fox. They don't bother to tell you that for about 10 years, Hunter Biden, Devin Archer, and Kerry's son-in-law were partners with Whitey Bulger's nephew, James Bulger, who had Uncle's name, named for his famous killer, Uncle. He was a partner, big-time partner. Oh, yeah, well, it figures. The other partner was the Red Chinese government. Is this ridiculous? The Vice President of the United States, his son, and the Secretary of State of the United States, his son, are partners with the nephew of one of the biggest, most notorious organized criminals in the United States, who had corrupted the Federal Bureau of Investigation completely. And with the Red Chinese government, our biggest enemy. Completely. Are we suicidal as a country? Is there no one who sees the significance of it but me? The last part about Bulger, there's no one that sees the significance of that but me. And it's just about only me that sees the significance in Hunter admitting at half of the money for 30 years. Half the salary goes to his family. When they talk about there's no evidence that he got money, that's evidence that he got money. If I have a prior statement that you gave half your money to the top boss in the mafia, that's evidence. Now, you may say, now, you may go up in the witness stand and lying about it. But it's evidence. You can impeach the evidence, but I can put it in. And I can argue, which argued very often in a trial. You didn't know anybody was taping it, and you didn't know anybody was looking at it, and you gave it to your daughter for guidance for her and how she was going to get involved in the criminal enterprise. Those have what we call, as lawyers, indicia of reliability. It makes it extraordinarily powerful evidence. A judge would even tell it, a judge, assuming we had one that isn't like the crooked judges that we're running up against, but an honest judge, Republican Democrat, should get just a judge who's educated as a English-American lawyer, would charge the jury that this is very, as are, by the way, the false statements of Joe Biden's. Now, I have never, in my life,
the street? Oh, finally Gavin Newsom has figured out that
many of the state's 500,000 fast food workers are not just teenagers earning some spending money. They're adults working to support their families. Wins News Time, 3:19.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early, so everyone can go home on time, there's Ranger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts, so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for years. Call Ranger.com to get that by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. From my studio apartment, Payton helped me go from one Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
Chasing business cash card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials. So your business can go from here to possible. Chase your business. Make more with yours. A real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and MMRFDIC.
Sport Time and NYC Pickleball invite you to register for one of the largest tournaments in the city. Play for the fun of it, play for the prize money. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for more information.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good afternoon. It's 52 degrees at 3:20. I'm Larry Taylor, and here's what's happening. 2 people are assaulted in Central Park. One of them is an actor. 9 taxi dispatchers at JFK are accused of taking bribes from cabbies for preferential treatment. Delivery workers for Uber Eats, DoorDash, and the like are getting a raise. A Long Island couple are indicted for the drug overdose death of their toddler son. Eminem announces a new album, his first in 4 years, but consider the date. In sports, Yankees play in Phoenix tonight. Mets are home for Detroit. The Mets visit Indiana. Rangers host Pittsburgh. Islanders play in Philadelphia. The NCAA Women's Tournament, UConn plays Southern Cal. When news time, 3:21, time for traffic and transit. From the Mercedes-Benz Medical Center, here's Greg Wright.
Oh, here is the Long Island Expressway, eastbound side of the Long Island Expressway, getting out towards Little Neck Parkway. We've been dealing with a crash. You've had one of those middle lanes knocked out. It looks like they have reopened all lanes, though, finally, in the last couple of minutes on the eastbound Long Island Expressway, getting out towards Little Neck Parkway. But as we hit rush hour, it's already a bad ride, and it'll get worse from Maurice Avenue all the way out to the Nassau County line. Grand Central only marginally better home through Queens, and the eastbound belt with brake lights from right off of the Van Wyck Expressway out to Francis Lewis Boulevard in Brooklyn. Looks like a westbound belt over to Palm Beach, and that's making a mess for you in either direction. And here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Citybound George 20 up, 10 down. Southbound Henry Hudson Festive is getting out of town. Inbound Lincoln's all right. Outbound Lincoln about about 15-20 or so at the outbound Holland. Inbound Holland still behaves. Traffic is sponsored by Jackpocket. Have you seen how much Mega Millions and Powerball are? Jackpocket lets you order your favorite official state lottery games right on your phone. Use code radio for a free ticket. Must be 18 or older to play. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. Please visit jackpocket.com/TOS for full terms of service. I'm Greg Rice, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Central Park was the scene of two similar attacks last night and early this morning. But the same person was not responsible, and in one case, you may have heard of the victim.
First Sunday night in the park on the Upper East Side at 90th Street and East Drive, a man was hit in the neck with a rock. Sources tell us the victim is 55-year-old actor Michael Stuhlbarg, who was in Boardwalk Empire. Police say Stuhlbarg chased after the attacker, who was arrested. 27-year-old Xavier Israel is homeless, has been arrested several times in the past for similar crimes. In a separate attack just after midnight, a 39-year-old woman was hit in the back with a hammer by a man on a motorcycle at West 64th Street and Center Drive in the park. She refused medical attention, and the suspect is still out there. Mac Rosenberg, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
9 taxi. In exchange, authorities say they will allow drivers to pick up passengers at JFK Airport without waiting in line. Say these dispatchers took cash from drivers who wanted to jump the line. In all, they allegedly accepted more than $12,000 in bribes. There's also an arrest warrant out for a 10th dispatcher. An update now on an awful story we told you about last week. A New Jersey father has been charged with murder. The death of his 9-year-old son is found in a burning car near Sayreville High School on Monday night. Prosecutors say 43 burns and a self-inflicted wound. And next to the torched car, the burning car. Along with murder, Rivera is also charged with aggravated arson and desecration of human remains. Your local food delivery driver just got a pay raise.
Mayor Adams says for app delivery workers, it's 24/7. During COVID,
when you pick up the phone and you call for Uber Eats, it did not fall out of the sky from the food guard. It came from these men and women who are behind us.
His Honor stood alongside dozens of deliveristas announcing a raise to $19.56 an hour. Speaking through an interpreter, app employee Rosario Reyes explains,
the reason we started to fight is because this job has become one of the most dangerous jobs in our city.
The city plans to develop safe charging stations, as many bikes are powered by lithium-ion batteries. Some of the proposed rest stops for workers have gotten pushback in several neighborhoods. Juliet Papa, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
The Mets will soon officially retire the number 16 in a ceremony honoring Hall of Famer Dwight Doc Gooden. He joined some of his 1986 teammates for a virtual press conference on the subject today. Gooden says the ceremony is more than just a celebration. It's also a chance to express his gratitude.
Now I get the opportunity to thank their fans and let them know that every time I took the field, I gave all I had. Unfortunately, off the field, I had some struggles. But to let the fans know what they meant to me.
The number retirement is slated for April 14th. Darryl Strawberry's number 18 also will be retired in a separate ceremony later in the season. He and Gooden were integral to the Mets' last World Series title in 1986. Wins News Time 3:26. Now Bloomberg Money Watch. Here's Andrew O'Day.
AT&T is not sure how it happened and is resetting more than 7.5 million account passcodes, but personal data from about 73 million customers was leaked onto the dark web. 65.5 million of that total were former customers, and Social Security numbers were included in that. AT&T is trying to figure out if the data came from the company or a vendor. It'll offer credit monitoring at company expense where it is applicable. AT&T shares are down 8%. The U.S. House of Representatives will not let employees use Microsoft Copilot. The Office of Cybersecurity, that according to an email from the Chief Administrative Officer, warned Copilot could be a risk due to the threat of leaking House data to non-approved cloud services. Stock indexes not looking too hot here in the final trading hour. Dow losing 285. NASDAQ down 13. S&P down 17.
Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Andrew O'Day for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Now this message, immigration concerns, call Bar A Law, 646-894-5900.
Since 1902, Pine Memorial Park has remained true to its mission to lend support for families at life's most difficult times. Information you need to offer your family peace of mind is available to you in a valuable planning booklet entitled Let's Face It Now. Inside, you will find answers as to how you claim Social Security and life insurance benefits. What does your survivor do with your health? And even how to pre-select memorial property, including cremation dishes, for as little as $5 a month, interest-free, before need.
Head to your drop-off at Hudson Yards.
Yeah, Hudson Yards. I'm going to Hudson Yards, yeah.
See where we are? See, we're in, it's called K-Town. Well, it's called Nomad, right? That's like the official community north of Madison. So that's Madison Street. Then it's one of the biggest parts of K-Town. It stands for Koreatown. So you'll see there's like, so it's like basically like North Korea. You'll see Korean soup, Korean chicken. This place is Korean. 30 seconds. That's all Korean soup. It's pretty stupid. Yeah, so if you like Korean food, this street. This is the whole neighborhood, like anywhere. But I mean, I always use TripAdvisor to find places. But on 32nd Street, I would say one over. 32nd between 5th and Broadway. Here's the Diamond District. Diamond District's on like 40, also 47th, like 49th or something. Like between 5th and Madison.
Estimated time in traffic, 7 minutes.
That's nice. It was ticket owner appreciation day or whatever for Catano, and he got to go down on the court on the floor right now. He wanted to jump over try.
Right. He left like 10 minutes before the game.
Yeah, because they were getting beat.
Lost all his bets already.
He's like, let's get out of here. I was like, damn.
Nice to see him doing better. I mean, God, our teams were so bad for so long.
He had a Mets. Mets were embarrassing. You a Mets fan?
That's a good thing. That's I got season first. Not everybody. Penn Station's right below the river, right? So this is kind of like the main branch of Penn Station. I forgot where the trains are here. So easy, so you just gotta be, extremely aware because it's just like I feel like nothing bad can happen. But you can like watch out for birds. One, you always got like it's probably not dangerous, but one thing to watch out for like stop traffic. You can just keep going, right? And it's just another weird time to see just fly up and down the street when you have people crossing the street between cars. That's never happened. What happened to me my second day on the thing, and this is the other thing you gotta be careful. You always gotta be looking behind you. Take a look back. And especially when you're turning. Any kind of turn you make, you gotta really look back. So I was in the bike lanes were almost more dangerous than the car lanes. In some ways, although they are good, they do a good job of bike lanes. So anyway, I was going to the bike lane my second day, and I was making a coming out of this road, I was making a left to the street, and I kind of turned out to go like this. Yeah. And I got nailed by like a huge grumper driver going like 30 miles an hour with an electric bike. And next thing you know, I'm like fucking hurt. Next thing you know, I'm in like wrestling mode. I'm doing my wrestling rules, blocking my head. I'm like, oh shit, this is what people used to try to drop me on my head. It's my whole character here. But yeah, but I was alright. It was fun. It was a little scary. I mean, it's more on. I think it's more from e-bikes. People with deaths and do the e-bikes.
You wanna go inside here? Is the entrance also here? They have entrance here, right here also.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm probably gonna walk that.
Or I can drive around if you want.
Yeah. Why don't you drive around to the entrance of the mall?
You're going to the hive, where the hive
edges. So all this is like the last, let's say 5 to 7 years. And they thought it was going to be a huge problem because it's like a lot of other things that started it during COVID. And they're like, things are back to that. No one's ever used offices, but the places ended up doing quite very well. This is fine right here. Okay. Even people are going to offices right here.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck. Take care. You can exit also here. Nobody's there. Hudson Yard. מה ביקשתי? מה ביקשתי?
Even after they got rid of the earlier accident, time Greg Wright sent dead wins on 93 outbound.
2 separate incidents in Central Park are under investigation by police Sunday night in the park.
Sounds like either a out of his mind Marxist or a very stupid man when he says that punishment doesn't deter crime. Maybe he doesn't understand deterrence. Deterrence also is individual deterrence. If he is a murderer, put him in jail, he doesn't murder. So, had this guy Rivera been put in jail when he should have been about 3 different times as a career criminal in any other state, he wouldn't be out there to kill officers.
That's right. I want to make a comment on what you were talking about with media censoring things. Well, when you have a White House in collusion with the media, the Justice Department, and the courts, you're going to get propaganda. And some people believe it because that's all they know. I watched a very young investigative journalist out on the street interviewing people about what people like to call scams from Joe Biden. And so they showed some clips of stumbling, getting people wrong. And most of the young people said, reminds me of my grandfather.
That's the one about the bridge, right? They showed that one?
Yeah, they showed that one too. And people all gave him a pass. He's an elderly man with dementia. They gave him a... But see, we're talking about our president, but just hear me out. So they gave him a pass. They were all very kind about it. He's elderly. He doesn't know what he's doing.
And then that young investigative reporter showed in 1988, Joe Biden flying his pants off, saying he was the top of his class. He got all these scholarships. He's got 3 degrees. And then very liberal journalists calling him out, saying he's a liar. All of a sudden, those same people who were like, oh, it kind of reminds me of my grandpa, saying, wow, this shows him in a different light. That he is a career serial liar, a pathological liar. He plagiarized, speeches. He can't tell the truth. They all of a sudden had a different opinion. Well, if you go on mainstream media like MSNBC, CNBC, ABC, NBC, you're only going to get the pretty pictures of Joe Biden. He's kind of a man.
Yeah, he doesn't lie anymore to anybody else. He's unbelievable.
Like Sam Donaldson, I think most people would say he was kind of a lefty. He called them out back in 19.
Said he shouldn't be president.
We shouldn't have a president who can't tell the truth. So this is what's damaging our young people. They're not taught about history, about Marxism, socialism, and everything is covered up. Google is like one of the worst. I never see a Federalist paper. When you're looking for something, does a Federalist paper come up? Washington Examiner? Gateway Pundit? No, it's all the ones that lie all the time. New York Times, Politico, Newsweek. And that's harming the younger generation to make informed decisions about the future of their country.
Well, shall we try Robert in Brooklyn?
Robert in Brooklyn.
Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, Robert.
Brooklyn.
Hi, how are you, Robert?
Hanging in there. Just a few points. Number one, Jonathan Villa made a donation a few days ago to Tunnel to Towers. They're doing amazing work.
Thank you.
And another thing is I also made up a flyer, in remembrance of Lakeland Riley and Jonathan Villa. And so, off the air, maybe I can contact you and I can, send you the PDF of it. Yeah, and the other thing is, the second thing is the Easter and what they're doing to the children to mutilate kids when they can't even consent to doing something like the simplest thing, to mutilate kids. It's absolutely horrific. And what they did yesterday with the Easter and the transgender is disrespectful to everybody involved. That you would try to share a day for, supposedly they're advocating to a certain segment of the population their rights, and it somehow seems disrespectful to everyone, and it's so horrific that they're mutilating kids. This would never go on in China, communist China, but then Jimmy has been warning us for a long time that this is all being done to infiltrate us. Destroying our ability to have children, replacing us with illegal immigrants, and these people might be voting. These illegals, they get IDs, they could vote in these swing states. And the last point I want to bring out to you is, I hope they're going to have, besides the Senate, we already spoke about that, but in the Congress, I'm in Brooklyn, and a lot of people support Israel in Brooklyn. Why is that King Jeffries and Yvette Clark? They should not be continuing on. Could they get some good people like Doug Hyken and Edith Bernikoff to run against these people? Because the House is in balance. And, but just I wanted to take you off the air so I could send you a copy of the PDF.
Okay. All right, well, somebody hang on and we'll get the information, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very, very much.
Another thing, and he's absolutely right. What a great caller. But you know what else happened on Sunday, Easter Sunday, our most holy day, besides the ridiculous White House and Joe Biden telling children not to write any religious symbols. Oh, about Joe Biden?
I didn't mention that. Tell people that.
Yeah, Joe Biden told the children not to write any religious symbols. A lot of kids are grown up knowing what Easter Sunday is about. Sure, the bunny's cute and you do all that with young children too, but you also, if you're a Christian, try to instill the real meaning behind Easter. So a lot of kids do a cross on the Easter eggs, but they were told not to do any of that at the White House.
What's the basis?
They're replacing God out of everything and replacing it with government. We are headed down a Marxist train ride. You did a great podcast called Express Train to Marxism. You did it over 2 years ago, but you were warning people. People can get it at RudyGiulianiCS.com. but it's very factual, and it's right in front of us. I think I suffered from this, too, before Trump came along pointing out the deep state, that I just always assumed good would conquer evil, that there was enough good people that we would never let this stuff happen, especially to children. What we're doing to children is crazy.
This is a great time to say to Democrats, there was a Democrat who made this point very powerfully. The work of God is on earth is truly our own. I mean, God doesn't work it out for us. We got to work it out.
Yeah.
And then God rewards us or punishes us. So this is in your hands. And this is not, and we're at a critical point where they have pushed us over the limit. We'll be back to Mayor's final thoughts.
The Rudy Giuliani Show.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
My garage is stacked to the rafters. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is point. Is this going to cost a lot? The average garage clean-out is just $197. $197? No. I've got way more junk than that. Our trucks can haul off 7 times as much as a pickup truck. If your garage fills up our entire truck, it could be as much as $497. Come and make this junk disappear. All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
Paid for by jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Residents of New York, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Hello?
This is your fortune. Listen, the Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion. Download the free jackpot.com lottery app and order your official state's lottery tickets right from your phone.
I can do that.
You can.
Your fortune is calling. Download the free jackpot.com lottery app and order lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, get a free lottery ticket with your first order. Go to the App Store and search for the jackpot.com lottery app.
Listen to this podcast now
On the Red Apple Podcast Network.
Anthony Weiner, The Middle, Unplugged.
Today we're going to talk about the tortured role that marijuana is playing in our civic, political, and criminal lives. Was New York an early adopter? No, it was not. We created an agency here in New York to kind of set up legal cannabis dispensaries. And it has been really nothing but a headache. They had these very laudable ideals about saying we were going to give these legal dispensaries to people that had two, perhaps conflicting backgrounds. One is they had to be people who've been adversely affected. They had to have someone in their family who had been essentially arrested for marijuana. And secondly, we want to make sure we're giving these people who can actually run businesses, so they have to be people that have a background in running businesses successfully. Well, as you can imagine, those two things kind of come into conflict from time to time.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now. through your favorite podcast platform.
מה
Time
ביקשת?
for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation Mayor's Final Thoughts.
This is Rudy Giuliani back with the Mayor's Final Thoughts, sponsored by Tunnel to Towers, T2T.org. Don't forget, $11 a month will help with heroes like, unfortunately, the tragedy that happened to Officer Diller. Frank was there right away with a check for Mrs. Diller for the home and then lots of other support. That's necessary when we lose a uniformed officer in the line of duty. If they become catastrophically injured or they become homeless. They're involved in all that. They can only do it with your $11 contribution. T2T.org. As we move out of the Easter holiday, but not the Easter season, with the terrible results that we received of this terrible death of the officer, the conduct of some of our officials in demanding to speak and wanting to. Can you imagine Letitia James demanding to speak? I mean, my goodness, these are the people responsible for his death. This is a situation, and of course liberals will never accept this, but this is a situation that in most Republican states he would not be dead, because there'd be some form of 3 strikes you're out, or career criminal that would have had this man in jail for a long period of time, and therefore incapable of committing this crime. So people are not stupid any longer. They realize that Hochul and Adams, for example, have had years now to change it. And they refuse to use the political leverage they have to do it. And they have the political leverage to do it. They're both, very powerful, and they're very well known, and they both can change public opinion if they want to fight, but they don't want to fight. So they'll announce words and do nothing. This is worse than someone like, somebody like de Blasio, who actually sort of believes all this stuff, because he's a real fighter. You can't tell which is worse. Probably both really bad. Let's not leave the season about the overriding force of religion. First of all, those evil, sometimes it takes a while. It takes a while, really, for us to prove it. It shows that we can organize. And also, to show us by trial and error what we have to do to reorganize to be better. I believe we're doing that. The people see that. They see different reactions down to these things. Many more of these things are finding out about. The press is much more sensitive in the sense that when you couldn't get around it 5 years ago, now we have alternate media. I was going to be interviewed by Charlie Kirk, but I said I think it's going to be tomorrow. Charlie, there are others, people like that who got plenty of that. Each one of them alone means what an ABC can do. But when you put them together, they reach an awful lot of people. When you reach a lot of people who are very active people.
לא משנה, בקיצר. מה שאני אומר זה שאין לי בעיה להתעצבן, הכל טוב. אתה פשוט, אני עוד נותן לכם בדיוק במדעים ללב, באמת, אני אשמור על הלב שלי, שכחתי את מה שקורה בבית, ננה, בגיל, חיזוק, אין על המנהלים המדהימים שמזכירים לי. בקיצור, אני מעריך את הלב ברף המקסימלי, אז אני לא אקלל ויגיד שפשוט. תודה את האחריות, שקיללת, עקב כל מיני דברים שראית בטיקטוק. וזה התנהלות סתם. אלא מה ההתנהלות הזאת? היא סליחה ככה וככה. אז זה סתם ככה וככה. עכשיו, אני מקווה שתלמד למה, שאתה באופן שלך סתם ככה וככה. יש לך אופציה. האופציה, זה לא יהפוך לרבע שלה. אוקיי, אז תקשיב שנייה, אני התחצלתי. ואני בדרך כלל לא מקרב בחורות, אני מכבד בחורות, יש לי כבוד לבחורות בצלית. אבל היה לי איזושהי כעס על זה שהמחשבה שיכולה להכניס גבר לכלא על סתם. לא להמציא.
נשמה, מה אתה חושב? אז מה אנחנו נסתכל? על מה אתה
זה מחשבות, זה שאני חושב עליך דברים, לא אומר שאני אלך ללייבים וידבר מה שאני רוצה.
וואלה, אני הרבה דברים, אבל שקרנית אני...
אז מה אם אתה חושב? גם מי חושב שאור אשכרה תלוקה עליו בסדר? מי חושב ככה? אז מי חושב ככה? זה לא חושב, תגידי, למה אתה מכניס את הפה שלי מה זה? מה אני חושב? אני לא מדבר עליה, זהו, לא רוצה לשמוע על זה. לא רוצה לשמוע על דברים על זה. אני מבינה שלי. חלאס, אני לא מדבר עליה.
אבל בן אדם כבעולם לא יהיה דבר כזה.
תשמעי, אני מה ששמעתי שאת עשית לבן אדם זה ממש... זה אבל עזבי, מה שהיה היה...
מה עשיתי לבן אדם?
מה שהיה היה, בואו נפתח את המחלקה. אתה עוד פעם פותח את זה שאתה אומר שנייה כמה. אז אני מתנצל, אני אומר, אני לא קיללתי אותך. התנצלתי על הכללות, אבל לא התנצלתי על ההאשמות. היא לא עשתה שום דבר. כל חטאת זה להתפרסם בטיקטוק, היא לא עשתה שום דבר. אני למדתי את הלקח שלי, אני לא יודע. לך היא לא נתאים, ושניהם יעשו מה שהם רוצים ולא חייבים לאף כלום. זה שאנשים רוצים את התחת שלהם. ושתדע, משכיל השוטר, שתדע, עובד במשטרה ולא מסבך אותה על הדברים האלה. הייתי משכיל השוטר, שתדעו, עובד במשטרת ישראל כמתנדב. חרבן אותך פה לאן הזמן אותי. מה קורה, אדי, מה המצב גם?
חשבתי אתם רציני רבים, נבלתי. יאו, הבלתם אותי לשנייה. אחלה אדי שבעולם.
אדי, אשכרה, טוב, אני כבר לא יודעת איך אני אומר שחשבת 40 דקות על המשפט. אדי, חשבת 40 דקות על המשפט. תעלי את הגיל, אתה עולה לחרבן עם צמצמיים שני ידיים.
אדי, כמה עלה לי ארגז? אדי, יש לך צמאון דקות. בוריקה, בוריקה! בוריקה, בוריקה!
כל הכבוד, אדי לא תשלח למיר איזה אריה פעם אחת את השחקן של הקופי. שים למיר איזה אריה.
בוריקה, בוריקה! Borica, Borica. Yo, Daly, I'm over here now.
para no sé qué.
How are you doing? Okay.
No, italiano, no. Oh, Spanish. It says, aquí son de blonde hair, blue eyes. Speaking some sort of European language. So it's probably Flemish. ¿Qué es Flemish? Es como... es sureño. ¿Pero de dónde? Es como Alemania. Es como un poquito en todos lados. Es como... no sé. ¿Qué iba a decir yo esto? ¿Será que así sonamos nosotros para ellos? Los que no saben esto. ¿No we sound like that? No. Watching YouTube for 2 weeks. I've been making YouTube videos. I've About? ¿De qué me perdí 2 semanas? ¿De qué me perdí? Random stuff. ¿Te dejan publicarlo en YouTube? ¿Y yo hago? ¿Por qué? When you do that, just post yourself. Y la mañana el tren de un man me comenzó a grabarme haciéndome preguntas estúpidas, me da una rabia. Solo fue un tipo grabándome, preguntándome esto. Primero me preguntó una dirección de cómo llegaba al lugar, le ayudé y un señor se dio cuenta que también estaba preguntando y también le dijo, también le ayudó. Y después comenzó a la nada a preguntar, un moreno latino, se veía como que era venezolano y de repente de la nada se me comienza a preguntar mi vida, muchas preguntas de mi vida personal, como que si tengo hijos, si soltera, que hace cuánto vivo aquí, que cómo me llamo, que edad tengo, un poco de vainas. Y el señor, la abuelita se había dado cuenta, se estaba como raro. Y le dice, oye, tienes que bajarte aquí para que cojas tu tren. Y no era la bajada de él, y no era la parada de él, pero lo hizo a propósito. Y cuando se bajó el muchacho, el señor me dijo que estaba grabando. Él te estaba grabando. ¿Qué pasa que esta gente de este país, Dios mío? ¿Para qué me grababa? Yo no le respondí ninguna pregunta de esa manera. Ay, ya voy. No le respondí ninguna pregunta, pero me dio una rabia. Mira, que es más pueblo, güey. Wow. En el guapo, en one of your girlfriend. Yeah. Digo, oiga, me pasan tantas cosas esta semana. Pero I don't want to be with any of them. Why is your screen so oily? No sé, no le toqué. I don't know. Ay,
7 minutes.
Okay,
have the
yeah.
back in the back is heavy. That's why I said.
Sure.
Vamos, chicos. Thank you. Uy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Some kind of place. Some kind of place. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's some kind of place.
Across the upper river, 15 on the upper lower is going to treat you a whole lot better. South End, Egan, and Henry Hudson, best ways out of town. Lincoln, it's an extra 10 to 15 in that inbound Helix is just crowded. Outbound side of Lincoln and the outbound Holland both behave. Inbound Holland, extra 10 to 15 off the Skyway, better from the Newark Bay extension. Nassau County, the west side Southern Street, awful from before Newbridge Road all the way out towards Peninsula Boulevard. Eastbound flowing from Eagle Avenue, heading back towards Merrick Avenue. Sunrise Highway either way, smarter decision. Or along with Expressway East on Company Glencoe Road. Northern Street slow either way through New Hyde Park Road. Traffic is sponsored by Manchester and Air Lincoln. Visit Manchester.com. I'm Greg Rice and Denwick on 92.3 FM.
With a diverse culinary scene complemented by exciting events, treasured memories in Manchester, England. Let Aer Lingus provide the perfect lift-off. With daily non-stop flights from Dana Pay. AirLingus.com. Manchester. Book your adventure today.
Central Park was the scene of two unprovoked attacks last night and early this morning. One involved a rock, the other a hammer. One of the victims is a celebrity. Both unprovoked and both night in the park.
People can move out of Manchester. People are really looking for trouble.
27-year-old homeless man threw a rock at the Boardwalk Empire actor Michael Stuhlbarg. Xavier Israel is now charged with assault. Separately, a 39-year-old woman took a hammer to the back from a man on a moped. Police are still looking for him. Jesse Collins is troubled by these attacks, and several women randomly being punched in the face recently.
I'm just kind of trying to figure out at this point how to protect myself and arm myself.
אפילו בצחוק, הוא יקבל חסימה ממני. אוקיי? הבא שינחלף על קובי המזלג יקבל חסימה ממני. אתם רוצים ללכלף? תפתחו לייב. אוקיי? אמרתי את דבריי. ותמשיכו פה בלייקים, ורד, כל מי שלא שהוא בכלל דמות והוא רק נשק צפון. שמואל אני לא מכיר אותך בכלל. אבל לפחות תן לשמחה להביא את העדות שלה. ואתמול לדוגמה, יש פה הרבה פרשיות, והמסעדה, אתה נכנס לצ'אט אחרי הבלגן שעשה פה, יש הרבה מטריה.
אתה יודע, 4 מבטיחים, אם כבר 4 מבטיחים לא יכלו עלי את הם לא בטוחים שהם באים לבן אדם רגיל. הם ראו קרנף, הם ברחוב רודי. איזה חסום, צחי חסם אותו. 4 מבטיחים פחדו רעדו ממנו. אחד שישל, אחד ישתן, אחד שם חיתון, ואחד עשה משמר. נשבע לכם, רעדו ממנו, תשארו את זה.
ביקשתי.
כן, נגר עבד, ורסו שוי, גירוס, דור, גיי, מה אני לא... אור נגר יודעת מה אני זה לזה. אור נגר הוא טוב.
אני לא ראיתי תמונה.
אז איך אתם אור נגר יודעת?
לא מבחינת התכתבויות, לא משנה, עזוב, לא משנה.
מבחינת האופניות.
התכתבויות?
מה, התמונה שלי? מה, רגע, אעשה לכם התמונה שלי? זה מה שעשה לכם?
שים ראש, אני רוצה לראות.
אין לי כאילו מצלמה, אין לי...
שים תמונה.
אמרת שאתה רוצה לצאת פלט עם לימו. נכון או לא? עם מה, ממש? תחת אני עם לימו ועם עוד בחורה פה, אמרת. שאתה רוצה לצאת לימו. לימו יודעת יותר ממך, דביר. אני רוצה להגיד משהו לדביר. אתה לא היית בדמות, ואני יכול רק להגיד לך משהו, אל תיפגע, כן? אוקיי. אתה כעיקרון, כל הזה שאתה בלייבים וזה, אתה צריך להגיד תודה רבה לאור נגר. כי בלעדי אור נגר, אוקיי, בגלל כל העניין שחושבים, אולי, אני אגיד לך את האמת, אני לא נכנס לזה שכאילו אובססיבי, לא אובססיבי, זה לא מעניין אותי. אני קוטע, לא, רגע, שנייה, ספר שאני קוטע אותך, שנייה אחת, לא שמעתי מה אמרת, פשוט פתאום מנהלי, אחי. יש את מנהלי פתאום? אני אומר שאור, אתה כעיקרון, בגלל שאתה כל הזמן אור נגר בפה שלך, אוקיי? בגלל זה אתה מקבל דקות, חשיפה. אם זה אצל מאיר, אם זה לייבים אחרים. שמה זה התחיל.
לא, ילד שחייב בסרט, הוא לא דיבר על זה.
רגע, מה שהיה לי בבחורה הזאת, סבבה. רגע, אני מקבל את כל כל עוד שאני מקבל את אני שומע ראשים מאיר. אני לא נכנסתי בקטע של אור נגר בפה שלי, כי מבחינת מה שיש לי להגיד לאור נגר, אני גם אומר לה, יש דברים בונים, כן, בשבילה. כל מה שאור נגר אומר כרגע ברשת, לא, אני אומר לך, אתה אמרת פשוט, זמיר רק אני אומר, אני אומר לך, אתה אומר, אתה עשת מהדמות. איזה דמות בכלל? יש לך דמות? בסדר, אני מבין שאתה ננסה לצאת מהקטע. אני מבין שאתה מנסה, לא, אתה מנסה לצאת מהקטע שכאילו כולם אומרים שאתה אובססיבי ואתה רוצה פחרי אור נגר, אין בעיה, הכל בסדר. כן. כן. אם היה פה איזה חבר, למה היית? זה סבבה, אז החברה שאתה מהמקום, גם כאילו פסטיבי, זה דבר שלא. מאוד פסטיבי, אם הייתי אובססיבי, הייתי יושב את ספולי מתחת לחלום, נכון? לא מבחינה זה, לא מבחינה זאת. זה שאובססיבי, אתה כל יום עבוד, ועובדה ש... רגע, שדה זה בחור טוב. אני לא אומר לעשות אפילו טוב. אני רואה שכל מקום הפה שאתה הכי עליי, אני באתי לפני, לא אחריי. תקשיב, אולי תדבר על מישהו? תקשיב, רגע, שנייה, גביר. אורי מדבר על מישהו, לא מדבר עליהם, אוקיי? אורי לא מסוג הבחורות שיש לה בפה שמות של אנשים שהיא משעמם לה והיא רוצה לדבר, להוציא את זה לשיחות כאלה אחרות ולאיבים. אתה מבין? כאילו... מה אני אומר לך? יש לך משהו אחר לדבר הכי עליו? מה אני מבקש? אתה בא... לא, אבל מה קשור לדבר? אתה לקחת את זה אחוז מתסביר, אני ככה אומר, וזה בסדר גמור.
Yeah, princess. Well,
Skyway, the Newark Bay extension, Creature Mitter, and through New Jersey. 22 and Hope Drive eastbound getting
homeless man with a criminal history was arrested. Jean-Claude, many homeless people where he lives near Central Park. Separate attack, police are still looking for the man who whacked the woman in the back with a hammer. Something several women have been randomly punched in the face.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good day. Take care. You go to the left. It says
More than 240 points, the S&P.
Multicolored shoes. Bows to tiaras, bracelets, sparkles.
That's a picture of my grandfather, and that's the year it opened, the Cinderella. And that's the block we just walked over.
The store system has formed avenues, also known as El Centro, to those on both the U.S. and Mexico sides of the border. People cross for food, dates, and art on both sides. La Cinderella is just feet away from the fence that separates Nogales, USA from Nogales, Sonora in Mexico.
delivery. Mini storage. Manhattan mini storage. Manhattan mini storage.
Southeastern Arizona has been one of the busiest parts of the border for asylum seekers. If you just look at every other border community and every other sector, we are exceeding the number of people coming through every day by, 1,000 at least. That's Adelita Grijalva, chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Using a federal program funded by the Trump administration, the county and city of Tucson partnered with Casalitas, a charity group, to shelter thousands of asylum seekers. But reliance on the federal government has its downsides. In March, Casalitas and border task raised for federal dollars to run out. A stress that we're doing here about
Kate, how you doing, Kate?
Message from Kate. Be right there.
Okay, got it, Kate.
Communities to understand the needs. Jimena Castillo, NPR News, Tucson, Arizona.
big a deal? You feel like it's one of the most. I think it's embarrassing for the NCAA, and it's probably the biggest thing. You know, they're trying to figure out how this kind of error could happen. The provider of the court ultimately is responsible for it. But the fact that it wasn't noticed or it wasn't brought to the attention of people who could do something about it until after 4 games was played really doesn't look good for the NCAA. So there's going to be questions asked about the quality control of things on the women's side, and that's probably the bigger question, because this hasn't been the only thing that's happened. Obviously, there was the issue with
Delivery. Yeah. Yeah.
We've been able to watch Caitlin Clark now for 4 seasons, so people know who she is. They watch her story develop. And
LaGuardia next. Yeah, LaGuardia, Terminal B.
Yeah, Southwest.
B like a baby boy.
anything just yet, but obviously we're aware of the reports and our team is looking into it.
Strike taking place near the Iranian embassy in Damascus. Multiple outlets say the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed in the attack. The strike coming as the Hamas-Israeli war rages on. The president will visit Baltimore Friday following the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. White House Press Secretary John President will meet with federal and local officials to look at responsiveness on the ground.
The president is continuing to lead a whole-of-government approach to the collapse. President Biden and his team are working with the congressional delegation, Mayor Scott, and numerous state and local officials to reopen the port.
Biden is vowing this federal resources to discriminate and build the bridge as soon as possible. It is 5:02. NBA tonight, Nets in Indiana. Rangers host the Penguins. Islanders in Philadelphia. Mets host the Tigers. Weather permitting, so far it looks good. And Yankees are in Arizona taking on the Diamondbacks. Cats and Cosby up next on 77 WABC. Your forecast in Ramsey Miles Weather Center tonight, mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-40s. Tomorrow, rain. Highs in the upper 40s. Wednesday, continued rain. Temperatures holding steady in the mid-40s. 52 degrees, mostly cloudy outside the Midtown Manhattan studios. WABC News time is 5:03. I'm Bob Brown. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Welcome to the 5 o'clock show. It's time for Common Sense. Now, it's Cats and Cosby with John Catsimatidis and Rudy Cosby, standing for truth, justice, and the American way, bringing common sense to the world. Now, here's John Catsimatidis and Rudy Cosby.
Well, we're back. It's Monday, and we have news, unlimited amount of news. My God. The studio tonight, we got Tom
Can I ask you to get one bottle of water? It's wonderful. Look.
There's no doubt that Sid was popular there. And I would say all of ABC was. Any number of people mentioned how they enjoy and appreciate hearing us on ABC.
Well, we back the blue team. You know that. We stand up for defending our men and women in uniform.
And that's, it was, again, one of the saddest days, but also one of the most inspiring. I mean, to see all those thousands and thousands of cops. You see the community. It was every business had blue ribbons up, flags up, blue flags. President Trump was there too. I was there on Thursday when President Trump was there. He could not have been more dignified and more appropriate. And people really appreciated being there. And again, it meant a lot. And also, the Massapequa Park, small community, a great community. I was just district government Massapequa Park. But have the President of the United States, former President, come there meant so much. So much to the family, so much to the community, so much. Definitely was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, when she spoke out, that was so powerful, Pete. When she said, where are the laws? Why have they not changed?
She did it in a way which was forceful, but I agree. It was just the appropriate way to do it. It was natural. It wasn't very technical speaking. She was so effective. And the whole crowd, anyway, the approach of the world, was stood up in the world, bring it back, and on and on. I thought it was going to go on and on.
What a courage of that woman. For me, one of the most moving things, Pete, was seeing that it was a widow, Stephanie, and you see the little son, Ryan, grabbing towards the casket of her father, knowing that he's never going to get to know his dad, and what a sacrifice and heroic was.
Also, maybe it's us getting older. I remember the day before, I guess on Thursday, actually meeting her and speaking with her very, very briefly. See how young she was.
Yeah.
When life is coming. Wow.
Wow.
Very, very sad.
Yeah.
And we have a super first guest. Rita, bring him in.
Yes, we do. We have the former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. Governor, first up, before we get to a whole bunch of topics, your thoughts, obviously, about what happened over the weekend.
John, Rita, your congressman. I'm listening to your conversation, and my heart's breaking again.
This bathroom always long line.
Stephanie's comment
Yeah.
was so
Oh, I guess maybe public bathroom.
Just go rest at Starbucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Just go to the main section.
That's right. There's this, right? And New Yorkers know it. And you know, for instance, it's not just new laws. We don't enforce the laws that we create. And a law is only as good as enforcement. And, you know, As you point out, John, on this show, rightfully so,
800,000 New Yorkers have left the state. Because they've given up. They've just given up. Because it violates their fundamental sense of common sense. And they see it over and over again. It's illegal pot shops or
And again, it's because during all of the, you know, craziness, the lockdowns, the cram downs, the nonsense policies, we just did everything with a lens of, okay, we want to protect our folks. We want to make sure that we're protecting the health, safety, and welfare of people, but we also want to protect their rights. You wouldn't believe it. It's a magnet for people when they actually hear that a government is doing what they were intended to do, government is intended to do, and that was first and foremost to protect the rights of people. And so, you know, hundreds of thousands, we are number one in the nation for net in migration.
Ashley, I just want to say it's always a pleasure to listen to you, to talk with you. You folks down in Florida, common sense from a model for entire
million star.
Thank you.
Tip the driver, wife and landlord take all my money. You have something in the back?
Yeah, I have my suitcase back there.
Here is good, I guess you can enter from here.
Yeah, this is perfect. Thank you.
Don't forget.
Thanks so much.
See you later.
And then Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has said, let's go through normal order. And going through normal order means that you have to go through the relevant committees. And right now,
Yep.
Commerce Committee is the primary.
On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. We tell Number Mia that I'm in the Guardia.
Of the House Commerce Committee. Who believes that Kathy McMorris Rodgers out of Washington. And we have been talking with her for quite some time. She may be leaning our way at this point, but her position is that she does not support government mandates and views this. Well, that's exactly right. And she views this as mandating technology. But look, it isn't. Number one, we're not mandating exactly. And the other thing, too, is keeping it in.
Head northwest on Terminal BHOV toward Grand Central Parkway Service Road.
We're not saying that they can't do that. All we're saying is that you can't take this out of the car. And finally,
Terminal B, baby.
In a quarter-mile turn right on 94th Street.
Terminal B, baby. I'll be cashed. Terminal B, baby. I'll be cashed.
Turn right on 94th Street, then turn right on Central Terminal Drive.
I'll be cashed.
Keep left onto 94th Street toward Parking B.
And a temporary channel is now open near the Baltimore Bridge collapse for commercially essential vessels.
Safe travel, miss.
Moving of cargo. Officials in Maryland say that this is an important first step.
Are you Mississippi, lady?
Opening the port of Baltimore.
What's going on,
Meantime,
Mississippi?
in the Middle East, a top Iranian military commander was targeted.
Peace in the
Turn right
Middle
toward
East.
Parking B, then arrive at your destination.
The strike took out
Peace
a
in the
portion
Middle
of the
East.
Iranian embassy in Damascus, and multiple outlets are saying that a big commander in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed in the
Peace
attack.
in the Middle
The strike
East.
comes amid the ongoing Hamas in Gaza. And also, a man is in custody after allegedly ramming his car into a security gate at an FBI office in Georgia. This is in Chamblee, north of Atlanta.
Peace in the Middle East.
Injuries and the suspects have not been identified, but has been taken into custody. And everybody, those are your Goya hot stories of the day. And did you have some story things over the weekend?
Goya. Baba Goya.
I know that.
And today at the Easter egg roll, which is taking place, they came out and they said, no religious symbol. It's like a war on religion.
You know, I don't think we've ever seen an administration, Rita, that was this systematic, intentional, and premeditatedly anti-religious, hostile, and antithetical to Christianity. I mean, to issue the proclamation on the Transgender Day of Disability on the highest and holiest and most sacred holiday of the Christian faith was an affront, it was an insult, it was deliberately demeaning to reject the art that young children drew for their eggs that had any religious symbol or message at all. You know, you got to remember, this is the administration that sent out a memo to every FBI office in the country and told them to be monitoring parents who attended school board meetings because they might be domestic terrorists. This is the same administration that last year had a field report from the FBI office that said that they were monitoring Facebook because they had such radical views they could pose some sort of domestic security threat and propose surveilling Catholic churches. I mean, what kind of culture comes up with this kind of hostility against a loving, a merciful being that teaches love for everybody? It's unbelievable.
Do you believe, Ralph, that most of this is sort of leading to
Yeah. This for Ali?
Yes. Head to your drop-off at Nick Hospital.
Flashing.
What is it?
Flashing. You got,
You hit the nail on the head, you know, and you mentioned earlier the pro-Hamas demonstrators that disrupted the mass. You know,
Say the wind will start to become more of a factor,
use your seatbelt
and it's
for your
getting
safety.
chilly as well. Rain heavy enough to cause localized flooding, coastal flooding a possibility as well. And even as we head into Thursday, while the rain will taper off to a few showers, we're still going to be contending with that gusty wind.
Sounds like a 3-day storm, so stay with 1010 Winds and 1010winds.com. We will keep you up to date on the weather. Wednesday time 5:43. A Broadway actor who was attacked in Central Park will be on stage tonight when the show Patriots begins previews. He's going to be okay.
Boardwalk Empire actor Michael Stuhlbarg was one of 2 people attacked. Sources
Make
tell
a
us he had
U-turn.
a rock thrown at his neck and chased after his neighbor Israel, who's been arrested. He's a homeless man with a violent criminal history. Just past midnight, a woman was hit in the back with a hammer by a man on a moped, also in the park. Jesse Collins was walking her dog and said, with several women being punched in the face recently, and now these incidents,
I am not standing around looking at my phone.
Mary Lynn Buckley, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM in Central
Turn
Park.
left on Central Terminal Drive.
Broadway actor John Cardoza, who is currently starring as young Noah in The Notebook, says he was mugged at what appeared to be a gunpoint robbery in Manhattan on Easter Sunday. He thinks it was a gun. He posted to his Instagram that it happened in Hamilton Heights at the Dunkin' Donuts on the corner of 145th and St. Nicholas Avenue. He says he was inside that shop when a man asked him for $1. Instead, he says he offered to buy him lunch since he had no cash, but the man brandished what looked like that gun and demanded his wallet. No one was hurt. Police are investigating. A driver who lost control of her vehicle struck a pedestrian and crashed into scaffolding in Midtown this morning as she swerved to avoid another car. It happened just after 9 a.m. at 3rd Avenue and 58th Street. Police say the driver was heading north on 3rd when she veered to avoid that car and hit a 22-year-old man and then the scaffold. He suffered a leg injury. His condition not known this afternoon. The driver stayed at the scene.
In 300 feet, use either lane to turn left to 94th Street. Turn left to 94th Street.
Wrapped up a $113 billion budget that would reverse cuts made by Mayor Adams. City Council Speaker Adrian Adams.
In 600 feet, use the right lane to exit to Grand Central Parkway East, Eastern Long 9E, I-678, Whitestone Expressway, New York 25A East, Northern Boulevard.
Trains are back on track today after months of repair.
And you were here?
Yeah, you can just drop me.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. Have a good day. Get well. Thank you.
Have a good one.
In 900 feet, turn left.
ما بكشت.
If all of these people were white supremacists running around with Nazi tattoos on their forehead, pushing people in front of subways and gunning them down and mugging them, believe me, there'd be bail. And that's the truth.
I agree, but there are 2 million blacks in New York City among 8.5 million New Yorkers, and there's 3,300 violent criminals. I think those 2 million blacks want to see those violent criminals in jail too.
I heard anything in the African American community, and we have spoken about this.
You got to listen to Dominic Carter at midnight.
Come on, John. Dominic is one of the people who is courageous and will speak out. If you live in a black neighborhood and you are calling for strict criminal penalties against African American criminals, you are ostracized. You are in danger. You will be hurt.
In 1,000 feet,
Is there a secret vote going to come out?
The black communities, the nexus is the churches. And I have not seen one black minister speak out against a horrendous crime wave that is devastating African American community in New York City. Not one.
Bill, this is Pete King. You know, you and I were at the church on Saturday. I thought it was particularly inappropriate. You talk about ministers. Eric Adams talked about being baptized by Al Sharpton on the day that
turn
the
right
Catholics
on
were
Moose
buried.
Memorial Avenue.
He was lost. Mayor Adams, his remarks on the altar of St. Rose of Lima, he was lost. The difference between his eulogy
turn left on
and
College
Commissioner
Point Boulevard.
Kahan's eulogy was the difference between a third grader and a PhD. And the applause for Mayor Adams. And I have nothing against him. I don't believe he's the problem here. He's not solving it, but he's not the problem. The difference in the applause was about 10 seconds, very faint for the mayor, and a full 60 seconds for Commissioner. When you asked him, when is it going to stop? He goes, I don't think it's going to stop until the next election. That was Bezos saying, I'll stop. And that's what I'm going to campaign on. So, you can't change the minds of the
Can't
masses.
always get what you want.
And what
You
we have
can't
now
always get what you want.
Use the right lane to exit right.
What would change it are fanatics. They're far left fanatics who hate the system, and in some cases, hate white people. And again, that is the truth.
You know, the problem, Bill, when I hear even next November, not this one, and the following, that's a long time. You know, that's a lot of damage that can happen, and sadly, a lot of crimes and problems.
Rita, the only thing that can change this kind of pessimistic
Exit right to
prognostication
I-495
the
West
people of
Long
New York
Island
got out
Expressway,
and
Midtown
started to
Tunnel.
demonstrate.
Midtown Tunnel.
if they would line up front of City Hall in numbers, it's fine.
Can't always get what you want.
Enough. They go up to the state capitol and say we've had enough. That could change. Hochul's very worried about her own political career. Very worried. If the election were held tomorrow, Cuomo would beat her. Okay? Maybe a Republican would beat them both at this point. Have to be well-financed, have to be a very charismatic candidate. But Hochul is extremely, because coming down
You can't always get what you
has not
want.
shown the strength to stand up to the progressive left, which is destroying the city. Even Cuomo did that. And they were part of his group when he was up.
900 feet. Use the left two lanes to stay to the left. I-495 west toward Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan. Stay to the left. I-495 west toward Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan.
And I look forward to hearing you at 9 o'clock on 770. Thank you.
They feel very much, blockbuster. Wow. Yeah, where are the people protesting? Of all colors, all stripes, you know? I mean, really. They do. By the way, I wonder about the border. Where do people about it?
You can't always get what you want.
Where do we stand for?
In 2.9 miles. Stay to the left. I-495 west toward Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan.
Vietnam War, so on and so forth. Thank you.
board, from 3K to CUNY to our libraries to our cultural organizations and everything in between.
The council's budget today kicks off the next phase of negotiations between city lawmakers and the mayor. They must agree on a spending plan by the June 30th deadline. A man is under arrest in the Bronx for hitting a man with his car. Earlier this morning on the East Tremont Avenue, they say the 30-year-old driver had been arguing with a 30-year-old woman who was outside the car. The man put the car in reverse, striking a 66-year-old man, and then he drove away with the woman hanging onto the car. He ultimately struck two other vehicles and fled the scene on foot, but he was arrested later. Charges are pending. There's a new development in the case of a toddler who died in January in a home in Holbrook, Long Island. He allegedly came into contact with some serious drugs. Now his parents have been indicted on manslaughter charges.
District Attorney Ray Tierney said bail reform laws failed 14-month-old Joseph Adonis in his life and in his death, pointing out that his parents, 38-year-old Wilkins Adonis and Darrell LeBrock, who also had an older son, were caught a day before the baby was born with drugs in their car.
Bail reform does not allow us to charge strangers. In this case, danger to that 11-year-old child.
The baby was discovered unconscious in the Holbrook home January 3rd with a mixture of drugs in his system.
And it appears as though there were incidental ingestion of those 13. And that's what the autopsy reveals.
Marla Diamond, 1010 News on 92.3 FM.
Now this message. Injured? Don't miss. Call Gris Law Group. 718-561-1111. Winds News Time 6:09. Traffic and AccuWeather next.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments grown with every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com. And get ready for the workday.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere. ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much. Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Winds News Time 6:11. Time for traffic and transit. From the Mercedes-Benz of Edison.com Traffic Center, here's Greg Wright.
Well, still a bit of a crowd getting into the city out of New Jersey. The city-bound George Washington Bridge, stubborn 25 to 30 on the upper. Lower is a bit better. Southbound Henry Hudson, northbound West Side. Those are your winners getting out of town. Inbound Lincoln, everybody's got plans in Midtown tonight. It's an extra 20 minutes to get into town right now. Over at the Holland Tunnel, we are looking at about 25 in from the Skyway, better off of the Newark Bay Extension. Outbound Lincoln and Holland Holland are fine. The Grand Central Parkway eastbound, getting over to 168th Street in Queens, you got a broken down SUV in the left lane there, and that's what's making a mess all the way back to Jewel Avenue. Eastbound LI messy to Main Street, but better after that en route to Nassau County. Queensbound Whitestone and RFK slowest out of the Bronx. You're on the Throgs Neck instead. Southbound New England Thruway and southbound Hutch both are slow coming down towards Pelham Parkway as you get home through the Bronx. Traffic is sponsored by Cars for Kids Real Estate. Maximize your tax savings in 2024. Donate your property to Cars for Kids. They accept all kinds of real estate. It's simple, and they cover all expenses. Get your tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property at carsforkidsrealestate.org. That's cars with a K. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes on the ones, and breaking traffic alerts whenever they happen. I'm Greg Rice, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now the AccuWeather 4-day forecast, and here's meteorologist Carrie Schwindenhammer.
We're going with clouds and wet weather over the next several days. Another batch of rain arrives toward dawn tonight, low 46. Rain at times then for tomorrow and tomorrow night. Some of the rain will be heavy enough to cause reduced visibility and ponding on streets and highways, so take it easy if you're going to be out driving. The high tomorrow about 49. This continues right through tomorrow night, the low 41, and then wind starts to kick in here. It's going to feel quite chilly Wednesday into Wednesday night, with rain leading to the possibility of localized flooding and coastal flooding as well around high tide, high 46. AccuWeather real field temperatures, by the way, no better than the 30s on Wednesday. For Thursday, a few showers lingering, otherwise rather cloudy and windy, the high 48 degrees. By the way, later in the day, it's not out of the question that some areas north and west of the city might even have a little wet snow mixing in. 53 degrees and cloudy in Central Park, humidity 56%, and the wind variable at 5 miles an hour. 53 going down to 46 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather's Carrie Schwindenhammer on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Taxi dispatchers allegedly on the take. That story coming up. Winds News Time, 6:14.
New York Presbyterian gives you the healthcare choices you want, like over 450 locations in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and Westchester. Virtual care that lets you connect with us digitally. World-class doctors from Columbia and Weill Cornell Medicine, and Health Matters, an online source for the latest health and wellness topics and tips. Experience extraordinary healthcare when and where you need it. Stay amazing. New York Presbyterian. Restrictions apply.
Hey Yankee fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Monday afternoon, April 8th, with a special scheduled first pitch time of 2:05 for a very special day. It's Yankee Solar Eclipse T-Shirt Day, presented by HubSpot. The first 15,000 guests in attendance will receive a commemorative Yankee Solar Eclipse T-shirt. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Marlins for Yankee Solar Eclipse T-shirt Day on Monday afternoon, April the 8th, with a scheduled first pitch time of 2:05. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Have you been injured? I handle all types of personal injury cases. My compassion for clients embodies my personal injury practice. I am Mikhail Yadgurov, personal injury attorney. Have you been in a car accident, hurt on the job, had a slip, trip, or fall accident? Maybe a medical malpractice situation. The attorneys at my firm, Mikhail Yadgurov and Associates, understand personal injury law. Take action. Call me 718-333-0812. The results from your case is how I keep my practice open. I know each of my clients by name and have a pulse on each case. Take action. Call me 718-333-0812. I am Mikhail Yadgurov, personal injury attorney. I deliver honesty while evaluating your personal injury case, which turns into trust, and I deliver clear communication, which equals high rewards. Take action. Call me 718-333-0812.
Winds News Time, 6:16. 9 JFK taxi dispatchers have been charged with taking bribes. Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz says they took money from drivers to let them pick up passengers without waiting in line with other cabbies in the dispatch lot. 4 of the dispatchers are accused of accepting more than $1,000. They're charged with a felony. The dispatchers work for a private contractor. Time is caught up with expectation. The senior housing market in America is booming again.
New numbers show baby boomers are driving up occupancy rates at private pay senior housing communities where vacancies soared during the pandemic. The Wall Street Journal says average rates were higher than 81% in a third of the largest U.S. markets in the fourth quarter. They were still slightly lower than they were just before March of 2020.
Correspondent Deborah Rodriguez. Vacancies rose during the pandemic as deaths mounted in senior communities and people put off moving in. Now the demand has been amplified by that delay. Sunday, April 14th will be a big day for Mets fans. That's when Dwight Gooden's number will be retired. In a separate ceremony later in the season, Darryl Strawberry will get the same star treatment. Both men were key figures of that 1986 championship team. Gooden says the number retirement is certainly a happy occasion for him.
April 14th, I look at it as a celebration for me, not only with the fans, but my teammates. I still call my teammates because when you win a World Series with some guys, they're not former teammates, they continue to be your teammates, and it's still like family.
Gooden pitched for the Mets for 11 seasons. He was Rookie of the Year in 1984 when he struck out a rookie record 276 batters.
Good 59th Street Bridge. 59th Street Bridge, Lambo Bridge. Lambo Bridge is coming up, coming up, coming up.
That year struck out 268 batters and recorded an ERA of 1.53. Of course, it wasn't all good times for Gooden as a Met. His problems with drugs are well documented. He was suspended.
Lambo Bridge is coming up, coming up, coming up.
The championship ring given to the late Kobe Bryant that year has been sold at auction for more than $900,000. That broke the record for an NBA title ring. The 2000 title was the first of 5 for Bryant. Something unusual happened yesterday in the women's college basketball tournament.
It looked a little off, so they measured at the Elite 8 game in Portland, Oregon, and one of the three-point lines was not the required distance. It was a little shorter. The Texas and NC State coaches talked about it, measured using their own feet, and on ESPN.
Right now, most coaches are okay to play the way it is.
They decided to play as is rather than wait more than an hour for a realignment. NC State won, shooting 50% from three-point range. Texas was just 1 for 6 behind the arc.
That's correspondent Steve Caton. Wins News Time, 619.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on user's location, intuitive online ordering, and increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase.
What is your visibility? Do you have a visibility?
Visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's at AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. Give you about 22 minutes. You'll see the world.
A woman loses control of her car on the
outside of the Grand Central in Queens, a little bit better. The earlier breakdown pulled out of the left lane, getting over to 164th Street. Still slow from Jewel Avenue, and this still isn't the only problem in Queens. Eastbound Grand Central, that's also messy in front of LaGuardia Airport, and the eastbound Long Island Expressway worse than it from the BQE over to Main Street. Brake lights on the eastbound belt from the Van Wyck to Francis Lewis Boulevard. Westbound flow in front of Lefferts Boulevard. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Inbound George and extra 25 on the upper lower is better north and west side. Southbound Henry Hudson, they are the best rides that get you out of town. Looking at the Lincoln Tunnel, it's about 20 in, no more than about 10 minutes out. Outbound Holland's all right. The inbound Holland, you want the North Bay. Skyway was stubborn 20 minutes. And the inbound Whitestone RFA. But 70 westbound locals, you're at 58. You still have that crash in one lane out. Stay with the express lanes instead. I'm Greg Rice. Our next report is at 6:31. 1010 wins on 92.3 FM. Don't let foot pain stop you from enjoying life. Visit the Good Feet store today for a free fitting and test walk and experience the Good Feet feeling for yourself.
The sun is going to be in short supply this week. More rain is coming starting early tomorrow. With the latest from AccuWeather, here's meteorologist Carrie Schwindenhammer.
After a bit of a break in the action this afternoon, we're looking at more rain arriving later on tonight, probably toward dawn. That rain will then cause problems with travel tomorrow and tomorrow night in terms of ponding on streets and highways and reducing visibility as well. So if you're going to
have a visibility?
take it easy.
What is your
the visibility should be a little lower in some of that heavier rainfall. The wind will become more of a factor here Wednesday into Wednesday night.
Rain, go away, come back in all
risk
day.
of localized flooding. There could also be coastal flooding around high tide. Even heading into Thursday, still some showers around, and certainly windy as well. Back to you.
Windy Schmidt.
Currently,
What
skies
is
are
windy
cloudy
Schmidt?
and 53 degrees.
Windy Schmidt, are you in a
Central
building?
Park was the scene of 2 unprovoked attacks last night and early this morning. One involved a rock, the other a hammer. One of the victims is a celebrity.
A man was hit in the back of the neck with a rock Sunday night. Just to see the victim is real empire after the fight with
Slammed into Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge nearly a week ago may end up on the hook for suffer far less monetary damage than the collision caused. Because of an 1851 U.S. maritime law invoked today with a Maryland court, it would limit the company's liability to less than $44 million, but it says the ship and all goods on board are worth. The same law was invoked by the owner of the Titanic to limit its liability. United Airlines is blaming Boeing's trouble for what it says will be trouble accommodating everyone who wants to fly this summer.
Supply.
Has asked pilots to take unpaid time off,
Supply and demand.
citing late deliveries of 737s and 787s due to prolonged safety reviews. Today's reading showing unexpected U.S. factory activity expansion last month spooked some Wall Street traders, worried the Fed may further delay interest rate cuts. Dow fell 241, S&P down 11, Nasdaq remained up 17. Denver money watching 26 to 56 miles every hour. Financial World Day for 1010 winds on 92.3 FM. Now this message, danger, contact Stephen Harris at the Harris Law Firm at Harris Law NYC.com. Prescription online consultation with healthcare providers will be found at appropriate PHS Twice website for details and important safety information. Prescription reported prices based on codes and prescription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversation. To start your free online visit, you need to go to hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Attention homeowners. Is your house broken down, cleaned up, or just barely standing? Whether it is or it isn't, we'll buy your home all cash as is. You'll receive a cash offer in just 24 hours. It doesn't matter what you own, what condition, or even if you have non-cooperating tenants or squatters. Call us immediately at 1-800-337-4611 and we'll get you an all-cash offer in just 24 hours. Really, your house is in perfect condition and you're getting divorced. It doesn't matter. But the cash you need back. Call 1-800-337-4611. That's 1-800-337-4611. If you owe more than your house is worth, we'll work with you and your lender with no cost to you. Get cash back and close in 10 days. Call 1-800-337-4611 or visit mybrokendownhome.com. Calls will be answered by real estate professionals hired by privately owned companies and arrested by results vary. No guarantee is given on file. Checking AccuWeather, mostly cloudy tonight. More rain arrives around dawn. Overnight low 46. Periods of rain tomorrow, including heavy downpours and a high of just 49. Then tomorrow night, overcast, breezy, rain and drizzle most of the time. On the low 41. Wednesday into Wednesday night, windy and chilly with rain. Downpours again. A high on Wednesday 46. Real feels in the 30s. Wednesday night in the 20s. Right now, cloudy skies, 53 degrees. I'm Larry Cantor, Wings News Time, 6:30.
Good evening, I'm Lori Madden. Back on track after 7 months of repairs.
Marketplace is supported by C3 Generative AI, verifiable traceable answers, secure hallucination-free, LLM-agnostic, IP liability-free. Learn more at c3.ai.
We've got an update on jobs at the Port of Baltimore and jobs in the tech industry, and also jobs fueled by the solar eclipse. Did I mention it's Jobs Week? From American Public Media, this is Marketplace.
Marketplace is supported by Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, working to treat previously untreatable cancers through protein degradation, which can target cancer-causing proteins and destroy them. Dana-Farber.org/everywhere. And by Certified Financial Planner Professionals. Learn more about CFP professionals at let'smakeaplan.org. And by Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto Networks delivers what's next in cybersecurity innovation to protect today's digital way of life. Learn more at PaloAltoNetworks.com.
Baltimore. Good to have you with us. We start the show today in Baltimore, where governments and businesses and families are still navigating the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The accident last week claimed the lives of 6 bridge workers and startled parts of the economy overnight. That includes international shipping, yes, but also the jobs of thousands of people who work at or near the Port of Baltimore. The Maryland legislature is fast-tracking an emergency bill to help people whose jobs have been affected. Marketplace's Nancy Marshall-Genzer has more on how the state government is trying to help. The Maryland legislature is scheduled to adjourn for the year a week from today. Not much time for state lawmakers to vote on the Protecting Opportunities and Regional Trade, or PORT Act.
You know, you'd love to have more time for a bill like this.
Maryland Delegate Luke Klippinger is the bill's lead sponsor in the House. He represents the south side of Baltimore's Inner Harbor. He's been hearing a lot from constituents whose jobs depend on the port.
For people who, like longshoremen, they get paid if they work on a ship. If they're not working on the ship, they don't get paid.
According to estimates in the bill, more than 15,000 people work directly at the port in security and maintenance, driving trucks or cleaning ships. There are another 140,000 jobs linked to the port. Employees at dock workers, favorite lunch spots, or hotels where cruise passengers spend the night. Maryland Senate President Bill Ferguson says the bill would supplement their unemployment benefits.
And so we are trying to use our rainy day funds to backfill what unemployment insurance may not cover.
Small business owners say they need help too. Arnett Harrison is co-owner of Cal Logistics. He says it's only been open since last July and hasn't made a profit yet. He's worried the business might not survive.
You know, an event such as this,
provide temporary relief for small businesses so they can pay their workers and keep their doors open. Harrison will take what he can get.
with the government stepping up and helping small businesses such as ours, it gives us the opportunity to stay afloat long enough to find other avenues of revenue.
But right now, Harrison says, most of the company's business is tied to the port. I'm Nancy Marshall-Genzer for Marketplace. Wall Street today was not feeling the April Fool's spirit. We'll have the details when we do the numbers. Because, as I mentioned, it's a big week for jobs data. We'll be getting February's JOLTS report tomorrow. That's the job openings and labor turnover survey, plus March unemployment numbers on Friday. One job market that's raised eyebrows over the last handful of years is tech. In 2022, the IT sector added more than 260,000 jobs, according to data from the Labor Department. Last year, it added just 700 jobs. And that number is expected to drop again this year. So how has tech gone from a secure, high-salary industry to one that seems a little more uncertain? Well, Lynn has been writing about what's happening with labor in the tech world.
מה קורה, חברים שלי? איזה מאושר אני!
I feel like in the last handful of years. Can you zoom out and give us some perspective on just how much that job market has ebbed and flowed? Sure. So the job market for technology workers grew immensely.
אנחנו צריכים להעריך שאנחנו נמצאים כאן ואנחנו אוהבים אחד את השני ואנחנו צריכים להעריך את זה שאנחנו פה ושאנחנו לא במקום אחר ושיש לנו עבודה בבוקר ויש לנו פרנסה בבוקר. אנחנו צריכים להעריך את הדברים האלה. אמיתי אני אומר לכם. כתר דורון, חיבוקים מניו יורק. במקום להגיד חיבוקים מניו יורק, בוא תזמין אותי אליך, אני אבוא באהבה. על ביטחון עצמי עם מנגינת רקע מאוד רגועה. למי שזה משעמם אותו יכול לצאת מפה, לא אכפת לי, באמת לא מעניין אותי. אז אנחנו מתחילים מזה. אנחנו מתחילים מזה ואז אנחנו עוברים ליונית.
Times Square before we go home.
איך אתם מראים לו אהבה? איך אתם מראים לו שאתם באמת רוצים אותו? איך אתם לא חשים לו? איך אתם אוהבים אותו? איך אתם? אוי, תודה! חיים שלי. בצע חברים. יאללה, נגמר שעת מוזיקה. החלטתי שהיום אני אעשה משחקים, והיום אני אעשה משימות. הכל, אלוף והכל. לא, תעצור. סטופ. תעבוד, כולה בננה. חברים, יאללה, אנחנו עושים משימה. שומע עושים משימה. יש חומרה לידך? חברים, דאבל, תצבו את הדאבל.
Let's go. Where are you at, funny mama?
כפרה עליך, מי נכנס איתו עוד אקדח? את הסקור. שימו לב שהם לא יעלו את הסקור שם. רוטר יאלוף עולם. ג'אד, אין לי מילים, תודה רבה לכם חברים, תעלו את הסקור, יהיה להם סטייפ, אתם 14 איש. חיים שלי סקאי, היידה אורס, ברד אחרון. חברים 390. בואו נפתח את הדאבל חברים, אקדח כסף. רפאל, אתה קרוב לטאג מיוחד. כשאתה תהיה ברמה 25 יהיה לך טאג מיוחד, אתה יודע. כשיהיה לך כניסה שיראו אותה. יואו, רפאל פתח כפפה. חברים, כולם בכפפה. רפאל, חיים שלי. תכניס.
A new law starting tomorrow in California makes all fast food workers minimum wage $20
an hour. This is not a joke. California is raising its minimum wage for fast food workers this Monday to $20 an hour. This woman works 2 other jobs, but is now going to be able to work at Jack in the Box full time with her new $20 an hour salary. But this has affected a ton of different businesses, saying that this impact is going to have them slow down.
Hello, I'm Rappelman.
What happened? Who's being mean?
My stepdaughter was supposed to be. Infiniti did such a nice job redesigning the new QX80 that I think the cattle should actually be worried. This is the top autograph trim level.
If you're looking for a studio apartment in Manhattan, then this one might be just for you. Located at Park Avenue South, this is a beautiful high-rise building with plenty of amenities such as a gym, a swimming pool, and more. So comment below if you guys want to check that out. More than happy to share it here as well. I have previously done videos here before, and I did posted them here as well, so check that out. But first, let's check this apartment. Stepping inside, we have this nice foyer entry here. We have a few doors. The apartment leads to the right. This first door reveals your closet space with some dividers. That's nice. Closet number 1. Over here towards my left, we have another door that reveals your full bathroom. Look at the size of this bathroom, guys. It's pretty nice. It's pretty dope too. You have enough lighting. And as we leave the bathroom area and walk down the hallway here towards the left side, you have this beautiful fully equipped kitchen area. It has everything you need, fully equipped stainless steel appliances. Check out your refrigerator right over here, nicely tucked as well. Custom cabinets, and you also have hidden cabinets here as well. Check this out. You have this red one over here and another one right over here for your pantry area as well, which is cool. Dishwasher right over here towards the left side. Beautiful industrial stove, and that concludes this area over here. This door towards my right reveals your washing and drying system, and that is definitely Bosch appliance. And for a studio, this is already allowed. Look at this grand living room slash bedroom area, and you have these beautiful floor to ceiling windows with a direct view of Park Avenue straight out of your window right over here. And for those wondering about the space of this apartment, you're looking at 487 square footage of space here. And right at the opposite end of the windows here, you have this awesome closet space with dividers as well, which is always great. But that concludes the tour. Comment below, share it with your friends, and let me know what you guys think. This apartment is going for $4,375. Is it worth it? If you're looking for a studio apartment in Manhattan, then this one might be just for you. Located at Park Avenue South, this is a beautiful high-rise building with plenty of amenities such as a gym, a swimming pool, and more. So comment below if you guys want to check that out. More than happy to share it here as well. I have previously done videos here before, and I did posted them here as well, so check that out. But first, let's check this apartment. Stepping inside, we have this nice foyer entry here. We have a few doors.
What can you get for $5,500? I'll show you. This right here.
I would delete every app on my phone for this. It's called Chatbot AI.
טוב חברים, בוא נגיע למצב כזה, אני סוגר את הלייב ואני פותח לייב עוד 10 דקות. 10 דקות, נפתח לייב איזה חצי שעה, שעה, בוא נראה מה זורם ונסגור. יאללה. לא.
או שגם לא. זה לא נותן לך את האפשרות להתאים. Hey, Dad.
Hello, I'm Rabbi Mendelssohn, and I'm a Jewish rabbi here to teach you more about
My mother-in-law influenced.
Police are looking for Rashee Rice, a wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs.
If you're looking for a studio apartment in Manhattan, then this one might be just for you.
gas in the sky. We're all riding hard for it. Every individual person pays for a seat that has the function of literally reclining 2 fucking inches. That's it. That's fucking it. If somebody's chair reclining like this is affecting your personal space, just recline your fucking seat 2 fucking inches. It'll literally just make up the space that you might have lost by doing the exact, like, math is math, dude. Do you believe that your comfort comes above everybody else's? Is that what this is? Because, again, the airline has deemed it as necessary and appropriate to have seats that recline to make people comfortable. So why are you saying, why are you here saying that it's not appropriate? Like, I genuinely don't understand this. If your legs, because the argument that everybody has, or some people have, is that they're uncomfortable because they're...
Here you go. Peace and love, peace and love. See you tomorrow. Another day, another blessing. There's a tomato place. $1 tomato. Okay. Here you go. Thank you for joining us. You have a good day. Happy April Fool. I did not fool you, but maybe next time. Okay, here